Okay. Here we go. Happy Thursday. April 17th. Got Elroy Jacobs was first in YouTube chat. Also got MF. Oh, who already played in the yearly rapid. It's a long tournament. It's 8 hours of 10-minute chess. I will be late joining. There's, what, 5 hours, 44 minutes, and some change to go. Welcome to Bavarian Pole, first in Twitch chat. Got Jagras7937. Got Cedric and TNG and YouTube. James Black, welcome back. Okay, so yearly Rapid Arena. I think this actually happens twice a year, if I'm not mistaken, these yearly arenas. But I found out shortly before starting the stream that today is my partner anniversary on Twitch, which only happens once a year. I think it was 7 to 8 years ago.
Have fun.
I became a Twitch partner. Maybe 6 or 7 years ago. Thank you to Philip. Yeah, let's hop in. I don't know if I'll stream the remaining 5+ hours, but the goal is to have some fun, instructive games. Maybe raise my rating. Currently rated 2619. I do have some coffee. Nitro cold brew. Also got some ice water too.
Let's go.
Let's go. Welcome to Win Some, Lose Some More.
It is our anniversary too.
Oh hey, happy 36 months to HVL. A 3-year anniversary. Yeah, I'm hoping I'll win more than I lose today. Playing WB. Okay, first game. I think I'll stick with my usual openings. Play knight c6. And I'll play knight to f6. A lot of players play c3, allowing this line. Knight d2 is my my move of choice. But after c3, this is a very pleasant line for black. Somewhat of an anti-London variation. Yeah, this is all prep. Knight h5. I did have this position pretty recently in a stream. Still in preparation, 10 moves in. We're following a game between Grandmaster Gonzalez and Lajnika.
Hey,
The game went
I'm
this and
back
then
too.
this.
Quack.
Welcome back to Rat Bandit. Quacking rat. Okay, bishop e2 is probably a better move than e4. And now I'm kind of on my own. But I like the I like the position out of the opening. Some space, have the bishop pair.
My birthday's next week, so I guess we're both celebrating something this month.
Oh yes. It is a month of
Once
celebrations.
a year Rapid Arena, and a monthly subscription, gonna be a good day.
I'm trying to figure out what to do here. I don't want to take too much time. I do like the idea of bishop c5. Simply developing. I probably want a castle kingside. Like, even though white has a half-open h-file, the f-file is half-open for me. There's ideas of like rook f8, queen to f6 eventually. White castle's kingside. Interesting. Yeah, castling queenside just seems a little bit too shaky. Thank you to all the resubs. I have a level 3 hype train. Also, welcome to everyone tuning in YouTube chat as well. Okay, pawn b4. So allowing en passant, but En passant is not forced, contrary to popular opinion. I mean, I think the first thing to calculate is takes. I mean, white's kind of asking for it. If the king moves, I win the bishop at the very least. So takes. Rook f2, bishop d3. Eric. Happy Passover, Slim G. Also, thank you, Caro-Kann. Man, it's really appreciate the support. I'm trying to stay focused in the position. Takes, rook f2, bishop d3. Attacking the bishop and the rook, which is pinned. I think that wins material. Because there's a line queen e1, I take the rook, queen takes, and I win the knight. And if takes, it's a rook ending, I'm up a pawn. I'm actually up 2 pawns there. Yeah, let's go for it. I didn't calculate this, but okay. Yeah, that probably would have been okay. So bishop d3 now. Oh, I forgot about knight f3. Uh-oh. Wait, knight f3. Did I mess up? I may have gotten a little bit lazy with the calculations. Knight f3, d4? Wait, bishop d3, knight f3, d4. Looks a little bit shaky. Some queen tension, takes. I may have messed up a little bit. But I think I'm committed to this line.
Hopefully raising Rosen's rating.
Take. Oh, what about take, and then e4? And then knight d4, I'm not really getting much. And there's also this move, just a quiet move. But then I'm not threatening this because knight d4. I think I have to play this. And white can't take my queen, because then I take and I hit the rook with a pawn. So actually a fascinating line.
Hail, Mars. The red jewel of the night sky. A testament to the cosmic ballet. Your crimson hue, a sight for the earthly eye. A beacon in the dark, leading the way.
Oh yes. But also, oh no. I'm in trouble here. I mean, if I take, there's this, and then I lose a pawn. I think I have to take this way. I'm just down a piece, but I have some pawns for it. Okay, I can move back and check. I really don't want to repeat, though. Okay, neither does white. So this and this are both attacked. I mean, there's some potential to rook lift. What about c3? Take and then take. And maybe c3 is the best way. And there's really not too many options here. I think this works. Take. Because white has other moves. Let's go for c3. Rook c2, okay. So if I take, but then just pawn takes. White's playing really quickly too. And queen e4 looks logical. So defending the pawn, keeping pressure, queenside down to defending c2. Okay, I think I have to support the pawn. Do I have this move? Then takes. Let's go for rook d8. It's a fascinating position. Two connected pass pawns. White has extra knight. But if I can start pushing the pawns, then, I mean, it should be more valuable than the knight. Rook ac1. So maybe it's time to lift. Rook f6. Maybe rook d6, actually. Because if takes, there is this pin, but then I have check and then I take. Rook f2. Now white's not blundering anything. Maybe I can double up. A4, kind of random. This. Just tickling the rook. Trying to set up this move. I guess there is knight h4 eventually. It feels like I'm making some progress. d3. Rook f8. How to do this? I want to set up this and prevent knight h4 because now the knight's pinned. And if this, and white gets a bit more stuck, I have to play king h8 here. Now both rooks are attacked. Fancy. There, take. That's really annoying. I have to play h6. Not the move I want to play. Maybe this. So I pin the knight. This pawn can't be taken. Making loot for the king preemptively. I do kind of weaken the square though. I think it should be okay. Oh, did I plunger? Is this possible? No. Wait, take d3? think I have to go for it. Okay. It's really hard to judge where to put the rook there or to push a pawn. I'm threatening this, rook c1, then take, and then d2. Here I have to play d2 first. Oh, we might simplify into drawn rook ending. Can I take here? Because if takes, I push. Yeah. Ugh. Let's go for this. I have 33 seconds. Not much time. I think I'm winning a pawn, though. That pawn's really just trying to play on the clock. Rook b2, I check. This should be winning. But do I have enough time? Yeah, this is definitely winning now. Opponent resigns. Okay. What a game. I was not confident I would have enough time if my opponent tried to dirty flag me. But I guess they showed some respect. I mean, as white, I would play it out because there's still stalemate tricks. Let me turn on my heart rate monitor. I had to be above like 140 there, I think. I do want to show there is a funny way to win this position, which involves under promoting.
Yowza.
Let's say white kind of just waits. The idea is to get this set up with the rook preventing checks along the fourth rank. And then in this position, the fanciest way to win is to sacrifice a rook. Rook f1. White has to take it and then g2. And here there's two legal moves. If king g1, then king g3, and mate is coming. If this takes, it's not stalemate, black's winning. But then the funny line is after g2, white plays king h2, black will take the rook and not promote to queen or rook, because this would be stalemate, but promote to knight or bishop. I would have had to like disable auto queen. I was trying to remember the keyboard shortcut. It's either control or alt, but yeah, and then basically this is a winning ending. Actually, maybe I would go for like this. And then the most efficient way to checkmate here is this, queen, and then black ends up checkmating the king on e3. So, yeah, crazy game to start the stream. I was worse, like actually much, much worse, like losing in this position. Maybe my opponent played too quickly though. Some key moments.
1 month to go to 42 in Rosen. Let's go.
Thank you, FCL. Oh, I should have en passanted. Maybe. I guess it's tied for the best move. Bishop e3 is still one of the best. But queen takes e3 is a blunder. It looked like the most obvious. So the follow-up according to Stockfish is bishop t3, which I don't think I would have found. And maybe if I saw like knight f3, that was a big oversight. And here I was just worse, just not enough compensation. b5 is best here. Yeah, not a clean game by either of us. But a win is a win. Okay, I could have played more accurately. Rook 6 f7 best move. Another hard to find move. It seems like black should really focus on pushing the pawns. And then the ending, I mean, it should objectively be drawn, but yeah, white went wrong, moving the king a little bit too far. I got the pawns. Okay, GG. Back to tournament. That was the first game. I'm no longer tied for last place. I'm in 2086 out of over 5,200 players. The yearly Rapid Arena does attract more players than the average arena tournament. Big thank you to everyone who subscribed on Twitch. Also to those who gifted subs. HVL gifted 5. Thank you to Roadrunner, FCL, Storm Count, 7474. Appreciate the Prime subs. Welcome to everyone tuning in YouTube as well. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, next opponent. Playing SPbadr. We'll have Deja Vu, another Queen's opening. Another London opening on the black side. Are we going to repeat the same line I just played? My opponent played knight f3 before c3 the previous game. But we could transpose. This is slightly different now. Because after queen b6, queen b3, c4, queen c2, there's no bishop f5. I think black is supposed to play bishop f5 immediately. And then only later queen b6. White is maybe more prepared than me. The queen d7 or queen c8. I think it might be queen c8 here. There's some nuances with the move order. Like if I play queen b6, white can take. And then it's not good to take back. So queen c8 defends the pawn. Queen d7 maybe looks more natural. I just didn't want to get hit with knight e5 eventually. No, I think I'll just play e6. Try and complete development normally. Yeah, it does seem like white's prepared here. I do remember like vaguely studying these lines on the white side. Never seriously pursued them though. So I could drop back, I could play this first to provoke f3. I think there's some argument to play this. Interesting. So now maybe I drop all the way back.
Good morning from Sydney, it's been a while.
Okay, white wants to repeat. I mean, I could repeat once or twice, just not 3 times. Welcome back to Jackie Duck was taken. I take. There's knight h5 to consider now. And what happens after knight h5? Take, take. And white doesn't have the same luxury as bishop g3, because takes and then there's h-file pin. So I think I will go for this, giving white a taste of their own medicine. Yeah, these knight to the h-file moves are very common in the London. And usually it's more common for black to do against a London bishop. Maybe white will play bishop g3. We'll have some symmetry on the king side. Yeah, my opponent's playing at a slightly slower pace compared to my last opponent. Gives me a bit more time to chill. I'm still down on time though.
Hi Eric, could you tell us a chess joke?
Oh, a chess joke. Oh man. I feel like I'm being put on the spot. I remember the punchline to a joke. I just don't remember the setup. What do you call chess players who are bragging in a hallway? Chestnuts boasting in an open foyer. It's probably a better way to tell that one. Maybe people can share their favorite chess jokes in the chat. So we do have complete symmetry on the king side. The ball's in my court. Knight takes g3, knight takes g6. We could have some funny line.
Nice.
Nice.
Hope this is a warm-up for the spring marathon
Take,
on
take.
the 26th. Smile.
Wait, on the 26th or 25th? Or maybe both. I did mark it in my calendar. I'll have to check it. Maybe I just played this. White's probably going to play this. If white takes, then I get the h-file. Like, neither of us really want to take the other person's bishop. Because there's so much value in having the half-open h-file. So now is the question, yeah, like, I don't want to take the knight with my bishop. Now if I take, bishop e4, there's c4 to consider too. I think that only gives white the chance to move back. A weird situation. Queen d8, but then takes. guess I could take and then just castle. I'm burning time here, but I'm not sure what to do. Queen d1 might be coming. If I castle, I take. Let's c4, queen d1, take. Castle, take. Get some space advantage. Like it's the h-file. Okay, I'm gonna go for this. Forces matters a little bit. This might be the wrong decision. But I like having the space advantage. I have one connect 4. There's an easy plan of b5, b4. This is actually interesting because I could take with this pawn. I think it's still safer to take this way. And white's a little bit cramped with these pieces. Like white probably doesn't want to castle kingside because the rook is really well placed here. At the same time, it's hard to connect the rooks. So e4 makes sense. Play this. Okay, probably queen d7. Connecting my rooks, defending the pawn. Actually, with the pawn committed to e4, then bishop g5 becomes a bit more useful for me. Okay, white is maybe wanting to castle, but that would castle into my attack. Yeah, castling is probably way too risky for white. So castling kingside, less risky. Rook b8. Yeah, so far between last game and this game, my time management hasn't been great. But I like the position here. King is very safe. Got a better structure, more space, at least on the queen side. White's still solid though. My plan's probably to double up on the b file, maybe push the a pawn. This would go in Emberg. With a chess joke. Why do royalty love horseback riding? Because they can make knight moves. It's going to take some mental energy to understand that one. I think I'll take and just win a pawn. White maybe has an in-between move to take here. Take. Yeah, if I can get an f5, that would be really nice. The pawns on light squares restrict the bishop. The only thing is this pawn could be a long-term weakness. If the bishop comes back to e2. But maybe it's okay. So white does take. Do I save the bishop or the knight? There's a crazy line, actually. Bishop f3, knight takes d4. Which I think is okay for me. White's probably going to take this way. How do I give a take back? Is there any way to, like, allow a take back? I mean, obviously they wanted to take the bishop. But I can't, we're in the tournament, I can't give a take back. Can I waste a move? Maybe I'll give a free tempo. I'm not going to take the queen. I mean, that's obvious mouse slip. I'll just take my free tempo and we'll continue the game. Wait, do I have a tactic here? Take, take. Ah, there's queen d1. Maybe this move. I'm gonna watch my time though. Play this immediately. Take. I really gotta watch my time. Was this my opponent's master plan to fake a mouse slip, make me confused, burn more of my time? But it's more interesting if the game goes on. Alright, let's defend the pawn. The knight wants to hop around to a happy place. I'm okay with the trade of bishop for knight. The structure is still nice for black. If you're... That's a move. Maybe rook b5. There's also take... Rook b5. I just want to build up. Oh, white's just in time? Really? White's just in time. Take. Huh. Take. I might be in trouble here. Maybe I should have just taken the free queen. It's not exactly what I want. Oh, I should have played this. Let's go for this. Rook e1, king f8. There was a nice trap I could have set up. Maybe I can show after the game. Yeah, white's kind of consolidated. I'll put my king on g6. I have rook here, I play rook d2. how to do this. Take. Maybe I should have checked first. I'm not better here. Actually, probably trying to draw now. Although, it's still interesting. I should play rook b7. I'm just worse. I'm down a pawn. Rooks are active though. Should play rook g1. Yeah, not looking good. Ah, that was a mouse slip too. Yeah. What to do? GG. Oh no, my rating. I was a little bit too kind there. I was trying to figure out how to just like lose a tempo and allow white to take. And then I'm in position is good for black, maybe slightly better. But then just equal, and then I kind of overpushed. Losing a pawn. Oh, white played the ending well. Although it didn't have to take here immediately. Wait, I was winning in this point. Oh yeah, of course. I was looking at this engine graph. Okay, what to do? It was reverse karma. Tried to be nice and then... at least it was more interesting than like taking the queen and just winning. Oh yeah, there was a moment I regretted... Where was it? It was here. I regretted not playing this. The trap would have been...
Let's go.
Oh, it's not even a trap though. I thought of this, I have b3, but then there's king c1. So this is still fine for white. That was a trick I had in mind. Yeah, note to self, next time I should take the free queen rather than the free tempo. Okay. I've fallen below 2600. Now at least I have some goal. Some rating goal to climb back above 2600. Thank you to Nazoo. Happy 3 months. Now we have just less than 5 hours to go. I definitely have to work on my time management. Maybe work on my anti-London repertoire. Okay. I'm white. Let's play e4. No more London. Maybe I'll try and be aggressive. Channel all my rage from that last game into this game. Let's play a 2 knights attack. Yeah, going for this queen e2 line. Now there is a cheap trick if knight bd7, it's smother mate. But there's also like some positional ideas. I'm threatening to take and white can't take back with e-pawn. If takes, I just take with queen. So this is the main line. Yeah, I think in this case, it makes sense to take. Forcing g takes. I don't know if I need to play this, but I might as well. And going forward, the ideal setup is g3, bishop g2, knight h4, target the bishop, eventually castle. I could start with this. I think I'll start with this. Like, knight h4 actually doesn't... I mean, maybe it does threaten to take, but there is the idea of queen a5 to recapture. So I think I'd rather just focus on developing. We'll see how black develops. Okay, bishop d6. Looks very normal. Like, eventually I do want to play this. And there's also maybe potential to do this. I want to stay flexible. Castle kingside. I'm expecting queen c7, maybe queen e7. And this is a nice structure. Like, undermines pressure on the g file and the battery on the diagonal. Okay, here I think I'll play knight h4. Revoking this. And now it's a question what to do. Maybe a4. There's some idea to play f4 too. Let's start with a4. long-term potential to keep advancing the a-pawn. Also combines nicely with bishop e3. Like there's a case where if black castles queenside, I play bishop e3, a5, and then I'll be threatening to take, because then there's no b6. And having bishops on these diagonals combined very nicely with the pawn storm. Thank you to the 1PD. Happy 52 months. It feels weird being up on time after my first 2 games. But it's an opening well within my comfort zone. Alright, I'll play this first. So a6. Does save the pawn, but creates some weakness on the dark squares. I have a few choices here. I could play a5 and clamp down. But there's also the prospect of b4, b5 to eventually open a file. I could consider playing b4 right away, sagging a pawn, and then rook b1. Or maybe play rook b1 first. Kind of leaning towards this
Eric,
first.
Thanks for the instructive content. Quack.
Thank you, Tachikuma. Happy 7 months. Yeah, rook b1 looks a little bit slow, but I mean, b4, b5 can come very quickly. I think black is much slower to attack on the king side. Like, it's not clear how black effectively attacks. H-pawn is just blockaded by the knight. F5 doesn't really combine well with this bishop. I mean, if F5, maybe I could even play F4. And it's very difficult for black to open additional lines on the king side. So this game has started out like very positionally, but things could get very tactical soon with opposite side castling. And if this move comes, then like everything's going to flow. So knight b6 attacks this pawn. I guess black wants to maybe play knight d5 eventually. That makes sense. I'm kind of regretting not considering rook fb1. Like in hindsight, yeah, it makes probably more sense to have kept the rook on a1. But too late now. c4 comes to mind. It's a little bit weakening though. So a5, knight d5, and then b4 is interesting. Because if knight takes b4, bishop b6, bishop takes b4, there's... Oh wait, but then I'm getting forked. How about this? How about a5, knight d5, bishop d2? And then other pawns can start rolling. Okay. Relying on some intuition, but also some calculation. I'm thinking maybe a couple moves ahead, like bishop d2 and then push. I was reluctant to play a5 earlier because then it's harder to achieve the b5 break. But here, I'm going to get tempo on the knight. And I can still eventually prepare b5. Hey, thank you, Key Whiskey. Big raid, appreciate that. Welcome in. If you're just joining, I am playing chess. Opponent wants to trade bishops. That might be a blunder because I can take the knight, removing the guard, and if takes, I take on e6. And then I win a pawn. Yeah, usually, like, white should be very reluctant to trade off this light squared bishop. Well, the pawn is a pawn. And in the process, I'll be saving the a pawn, which I guess was potentially weak. Thank you, Tachikuma. $3 dono, I appreciate that. Shout out to Key Whiskey as well. Key Whiskey. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, we got another raid earlier from Clusius, which I think I missed. Thank you to Clusius as well. We give another shout out. Wow. Yeah, King B8's a little bit unusual. It gives me the option of saving my bishop, maybe taking another pawn. It gives me more to think about though. Like takes. There's bishop a5. Take, take, take. I'll be up 2 pawns with initiative, but then there's files opening. And taking here is still probably safest.
Did I miss 50 minutes or 1.5 games?
Maybe. Yeah, this is my 3rd game thus far. So if you're just joining, you missed a little bit, but there's still more to come. Okay, again, I'm relying on intuition. I'm going to take, not be overly greedy. Now, it's true that my light squares are a bit vulnerable, and black has only light squared bishop on the board. But it's hard for black to still exploit the light squares. Oh, thank you, Ben Ashkenazi. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you for the super chat. Asking for Jerome. Jerome is not the type of opening I play in, like, more serious rapid chess. Wait, I have to be careful here. Bishop's gonna reroute. Maybe I should still go for this. B4. Yeah, reinforcing the a-pawn. Yeah, Jerome is one of these openings which is, I think, even worse than the Stafford Gambit. One of these meme openings. Oh, those are shekels. Oh, that's cool. I think that's the first ever Shackle super chat I've received. Okay, so Black is trying to hurt me. I think now I can take the bishop and then take, and then probably, hopefully trade queens. Oh, the last yearly Rapid Arena was 5 months ago. Okay. So maybe it's biannual. Rook c4 looks playable. If we trade queens, then we'll have another rook ending, which will make 3 rook endings for this stream. Every game I've played today has featured a rook endgame. Black is avoiding the queen trade. I think I'll still go ahead and check. This rook's a little bit awkward. Oh, thank you for more shackles from mcos88. Happy Passover, appreciate that. Yeah, I played this to... How to explain this move? Is it prepares c4, b5? Also aims to maybe put the rook back towards the center. Black wants to maybe triple up. I could play h4. Maybe rook e1 first. The e-file is the only fully open file on the board. Only file with no pawns on it. Okay, now probably h4. If h4, g5, I take... Should be fine. Thank you to Tim Berger, first time sub. Yeah, g4 would have been a funny move. Maybe slightly self-destructive though. And that pawn's pinned, but yeah, I want to make sure my structure is stable. Okay, now I'll play this. I am threatening force mate. Or almost force mate. Like check here, and there's mating ideas on b8. I do have rook e7 now. Yeah, now it's full initiative. It's still unclear if I'll win this game on time, by checkmate, or by resignation. I'll try and win by checkmate, though. Black is resisting. There.
Good afternoon. Perfect day in Washington State. The volcanoes are out in all their glory.
Are there volcanoes erupting in Washington? Hope you stay safe.
When are we getting a Rosen bot on chess.com?
I'm not sure. I might have to like sign a contract with chess.com if if there's a Rosen bot to be developed. I think at some point someone made a Rosen bot on Lee Chess that like played my openings. Okay, GG. I went on time. Actually, yeah, someone did make a Rosen bot. I'm not sure if it's still an active account, but I do remember playing it. It's on my YouTube channel if you search for Eric Rosen versus Eric Rosen bot. Should be a findable video. I think that was a pretty clean game. Like, cleaner than the first 2 games I played. Engine review agrees. Very pleasant opening. Maybe a nice demonstration of how to play this line in a 2 knights attack. It's more common for people to take, and then either play queen d5 or knight d7. But yeah, this leads to a more imbalanced game. As we saw, probably more pleasant to play for white. What was the best move here? Yeah, rook fb1. I think when I played rook ab1, I assumed the rook is more useful in the center, but yeah, if I want to push my queenside pawns, of course I should have my rooks on the queenside. Like, usually the general rule is you should put your rooks on half open files, or files that are likely to open. And in this case, the A and B files could very easily open after the pawn storm.
Good afternoon, Eric. Hope you are doing well.
Oh, I missed a tactic. I see Paul Lem in Twitch chat, maybe other people pointing it out as well. I did miss this, and then this. And this would have won a pretty clean exchange. I think my issue was when I played a5, I had already just concluded that I would play bishop d2. But that's definitely a miss. But thankfully I still found some tactic involving bishop takes g5. Okay, moving on. Thank you to Young Dairy, happy 43. So gradually climbing the ranks. Might be a hard tournament to win, having joined late. I'm not really berserking. I just want to play good games, provide some lessons, maybe finish in the top 1,000 or top 500, maybe even top 100. Should be doable. There's a question, Eric, will you be at one of Levy's tour sessions in Europe? I don't think so. I will be going to Greece in May, which I think like pretty much completely overlaps with Levy's Europe tour. Be attending the World Amateur Chess Championship on the Greek island of Kos. It's from May 6th through 15th. All right, let's play Sicilian. No Stafford Gambit just yet. We have a knight c3 Sicilian. This is one of my favorite variations to play from the white side. I'll play the line with g6.
I forgot to buy you an Easter egg, so please take this prime instead.
Oh, thank you, Alexa. What is a good username? I'll put that towards the Easter egg fund. Happy 38 months. Are you going to visit Athens as well? I'll fly through Athens, but I don't think I'll get a chance to like explore Athens too much. It depends on my layover. I've never been to Greece, so I'm looking forward. I've heard very good things about the food, the people, the beaches. I don't really know any Greek language. Maybe I'll learn a few words. A3. Mysterious move. E6, I guess, makes sense. Just preparing knight e7 and castle. Aha, bring us back a Greek gift. Yeah, maybe in the form of a sacrificed bishop. Okay, there's still tension. I could take either thing. But I think I'll leave all the tension, just keep developing. If takes, the pawn is well supported. Outside of chess, do you get a chance to tour some of the towns you go to? Yeah, usually when I travel for chess, I do make an effort to explore my surroundings. Sometimes it depends on like tournament schedule and my itinerary. But last summer, I did a Europe trip. Spent some time touring Switzerland and Germany, Norway. It is nice to use chess as a vehicle for travel. Wow, I'm very close to winning material here. I think I'll play a6. Because this looks most natural to drop the bishop back. That's probably why black played a3. But now, how to make it work? I want to do this and eventually fork these pieces. So I think it makes most sense to play this immediately. If I take too soon, then takes... And white has enough things controlling d5. But d5 immediately makes it so I hit the bishop. If takes, the bishop still hit. And once the bishop drops back, I'm ready to take to clear the d4 square for pawn d4 and get the fork. And we'll see it happen. A nice early middle game tactic. It's actually a very thematic tactic for the Sicilian. When the bishop develops early and these pieces are here. I'm briefly considering this, but let's just take the knight. Now, do I get greedy and take the pawn? And there's e5. I could also just attack the pawn more. I don't think I want to take on c3, because e5 and the bishop gets kind of stuck in no man's land. And then dark squares become weak, like this and this come very quickly. So if I play queen a5, bishop d2, and then I take. Okay. There's bishop d6, and rook e8. I still want to be focused and like not give any mercy. But I also don't want to overthink things and burn too much time. Yeah, maybe Yasser would have grabbed the pawn on c3. But usually when you're up material in such positions, you just want to limit any source of counterplay or the opponent like complicating things. Keep things as simple as possible. Oh, I see my opponent in YouTube chat from the second game. Yeah, no hard feelings at all. I'm happy that like I don't really have any regrets. The fact that I didn't take the queen and punish the mouse slip. It was a good fight. Definitely lessons for both of us to take away. Okay, opponent does pressure me. So rookie, it looks solid. Both pawns still hanging. Queen e3, so counterattacking c5. Again, I have options. I kind of like the idea of... Actually, what do I like? Of taking on c3 and then... There's also b6. Or do I take on a3? Taking on a3 attacks the bishop, bishop b3, and then b6. Or b6 immediately. Take. I'm a little bit conflicted here. I think I will play b6. But then bishop c7. But then I take. Okay, this should be fine. So bishop c7, I take here, attack the bishop. And I don't think there's ever a world where the queen gets trapped. Even though it looks kind of scary. Like c3 is attacked. If bishop b3, I could just move back and then hit c3. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep everything intact. And maybe at some point I'll develop my bishop. d4. Okay, here I can take. There's a funny line. I think I'll start by taking. Take, take. And now I'm threatening to take here, leaving my queen hanging, but counterattacking white's queen. And also attacking the bishop. Somewhat of a double-edged sword. Yeah, it's a nice way to simplify, but also win more pawns on the process. And it's good that my bishop supports d4. So it looks like we'll be trading queens. Unless is there queen g3? There is. Then queen a5 probably. To be honest, I kind of forgot about queen g3, but thankfully I have the square. If I didn't have the square, then my queen would have been trapped. If takes, I probably take with bishop. And there's a line like takes, takes, pawn e5, but then knight f5 looks nice. Fork the queen and bishop. Hey Eric, did you ever see edits of you with the call the ambulance but not for me meme? I've seen some on YouTube. No, some people have repurposed some of the Oh No My Queen clips. Some are on my clips channel too. There was a period of time where, yeah, those clips were making the rounds. Alright, let's play Queen H5. My queen's had enough on the queen side. Now focusing on the king side. This could be some idea. Yeah, again, if you're just joining, this is a yearly Rapid Arena. I did late join. We've had some fun games so far, though. A lot of hard-fought games. One loss, one slightly tragic loss. Doing well this game. Up a piece, trying to convert. Yeah, bishop takes d4 looks pretty reasonable. I mean, there's a line like takes queen d6 to attack this and this. But then there's multiple ways to defend, like rook d7, bishop d5, even bishop e5 would fork the queen and hit h2. I guess there's f4 after bishop e5. The bishop c5 might be more solid. I guess I allow the bishop to come to this diagonal. Everything's still controlled though. What to do? Knight c6. There's also e5 potentially. Knight c6, bishop e7. Okay, I'll play bishop e7. Attack the pawn. As long as I don't allow white's queen to get to g7 or h8, I should be fine. If queen e5, we just trade. If I get the chance, I do want to win this pawn. f3 is not legal. I'm also connecting my rooks, so I maybe just want to play this. Oh, let me remove this tournament command. We do have the join command. Yes, the tournament command links to an old duck chess tournament. Join should link to, yeah, like the current one. Queen f4, okay. I do have to be careful here. Do I be very brave and play this move? I think it's okay. Unless there's g4. But g4, queen h4 should be fine. Alright, let's play this. So I am threatening some back rank things. Like even after takes queen f6, there's this. I guess it's not immediately mating because bishop e1, but white's not mating me. I'm not sure what to expect from white. Opponent might burn the rest of their time. There was a comment earlier explaining the origin of Greek gift, which actually, I've read a lot of discussion online where the Greek gift comes from. It's supposedly named after the player Greco, rather than the country Greece. But Greco means Grecian, so there's still some relation to Greece. Okay, so now I have queen here, it's made in 2. Or we can trade queens. I mean, taking here might be winning, maybe not necessary. King f1, check, king e2. I mean, trading queens is just simple. All right, I'll trade queens and play rook d2. No mercy. I want to go in for the kill. Maybe just h6. White's pretty paralyzed here. Okay, GG. 2 bishops were powerful towards the end there. Yeah, I think overall pretty clean game. Got my nice setup from the opening. Well supported knight on d4. Opponent blundered pretty early with his tactic. Probably had to play bishop a4 to avoid the eventual fork. But bishop a4 walks into some kind of ugly structure on the queen side. Yeah, it was really just one mistake from white this game, and then I think the conversion was all pretty fine. Okay, I'm going to take a small break, and I'll be back momentarily. Maybe I'll put on some pentatonic. Okay, putting pentatonic replay of this game. Thank you, John or Chess, with the raid. Appreciate that. Yeah, BRB. Stay tuned for more. The stream will continue. Okay. Let's go back to tournament. I'm going to turn off pentatonic. It sometimes makes me sleepy. I just saw I was 1500th. Now 1501. I'm on a streak. I'll try to at least break into the top 1000. I'm also 2600 on the dot. All right, here we go. Let's berserk. Let's play e4. Playing a slightly lower rated player. There was a request for Jerome from a super chat, but Jerome isn't possible against the Philidor. I'll play bishop c4 here. Does Eric read YouTube chat or just Twitch? I have both chats open. I am sometimes selective of what comments I'll read, but yeah, usually I do try and engage with both. Bishop e7, let's play d4. Bishop e3. Actually, bishop e3. I think this is fine. If takes, I take this way. There are cases where white is totally fine accepting double pawns. Sometimes ends up castling queenside as well. Could play d5. I don't really want to close down the center, though. I don't have tactics against f7. Take. Okay, let's play d5. I'll make the knight move back, or maybe move to the edge. Oh, I see my previous opponent is in the YouTube chat. Adnain. Played on Lichess for the first time just for an opportunity to play you. Oh, yeah, GG. Yeah, hopefully some lessons to take away from the game. Ooh, knight b4. Okay, so a3 would force knight a6. I do have to watch my time too. Play bishop b3. Bishop b3. There. Black's actually threatening to take. I'm going to play bishop e2. With the center closed, it does become a bit more positional. It's hard to generate tactics immediately. A5 is a fine move. Let's play h3. I have the bishop pair. Queen, or both kingside castling. I didn't want a queenside castle and potentially walk into a pawn storm. Now it is a question what my plan is in the middle game. Because even though I have the bishop pair, bishops aren't super effective in such a closed position. But c6 actually makes me more optimistic that the position will open up. I'm starting with a3. I'll probably look to just put a rook on the d file. Rook d1, apply some pressure. Maybe even this move. Opponent's playing well for the rating, though. Like, a little bit passive, but still very solid. Okay, just as I say that, I think that was the first blunder, allowing knight b5. And now, yeah, knight's pinned. Oh, maybe it's not a blunder. Maybe there's this move. Actually, black is probably completely fine. Okay, that's a blunder, though, because now I can take... I'll probably take with the queen on a5 first. Have a super duper pin. Now black has to find this not to lose a full rook. If knight e8, I'm in no rush to take the rook. I'll probably play bishop e2. There's a question from 5-card draw in Twitch chat. What's your opinion on the Pierts? Also sometimes called the perk. Yeah, it's a playable opening, relatively easy to learn, but a bit passive. Not the most common at like top grandmaster level. Okay. Yeah, my opponent played like very fine up until just around this moment. I mean, after 98, black is maybe slightly worse, but still very much in the game. I would have had to find ways to make progress. I'm not sure if I would have found b4. I guess it does make some sense. Okay, top 1,000. On a streak. Yeah, still very far away from the top places. I did late join. There was a question, why was I ranked 15 outside the top 1500? It's just the nature of late joining such a tournament. Playing no time zone. Okay, no berserking. Let's play on equal time.
Eric, do you think you'd ever play one of those seasonal marathon tournaments again?
Yes, very likely. And the next one is coming up in about a week, right? I think a week from tomorrow. I'll play a5. Very typical move against the queenside fianchetto. White responds with a4. Maybe I don't know why I said fianchetto. It's pronounced fianchetto. I'll fianchetto my bishop as well. I mean, there is bishop a6 actually. I'll play bishop e7, a bit more standard. Queen e2. There was a point in time I really disliked playing against such openings, because it does have kind of a slower nature compared to especially e4 openings. But as a chess player, you do need to sometimes understand how to deal with such play from white and exercise some patience.
Good day to you, sir.
I think c5 makes sense. Although maybe I don't want to commit because it does give the knight a square on b5. There's another plan of this and then this. White's playing kind of slowly, so I think I will play bishop d6. We might see pawn d4. And the reason why I played bishop e7 earlier is there are some lines where white goes for d3, e4, and then the bishop could get exploited. Now, yeah, this e-pawn break is harder to play. And we're going to have a very symmetrical position, at least with the queen side. Knight e5 might be coming. Considering bishop a6. There's also knight e4. Let's play knight e4. This is kind of like a Kali setup. Kali's Zugertort's system. I could maybe play f5. Play queen e7, try and stay flexible. Thank you to John Brown. Happy 17 months. There's a question from Tickle Attack. How is your blitz rating now? I saw you made 2800 plus. On chess.com, yeah, I've been fluctuating around 2800. I dipped a little bit recently, now in the mid 2700s. A couple of months ago, I peaked at just over 2900, but then it fell pretty sharply. Okay, now f5 looks justified. I'm just reinforcing. And this knight is not technically an outpost because there is potential for the eventual f3. Few moves come to mind, like this move. Bishop a3. Even c6 to make sure there's no knight b5. There's also g5, g4. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I want here. Bishop b4. Yeah, rook c8. I'm going to play c6. I think this is the most restrictive move. Just ensuring that I'm not going to get attacked on the c file or knight b5 gets a bishop pair. Now this bishop is kind of sad, staring into my pawn chain, but it could reroute to a6. I'll align with the queen, some X-ray vision. Overall, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Down a little bit of time, as usual. But there's a lot of ways to keep improving. Like now maybe I start doing things on the king side. And there's also this idea. I'm also kind of envisioning X-ray vision against a knight, like c5 or takes c5. I don't think it really works though. So yeah, I'll start with g5. If ever it takes, I'm happy to open the f file. White very quickly plays this move. So I guess White's preparing this with the bishops now supporting e5. So I could play queen g7. f4 comes to mind. I like queen g7. Nice and controlled, improve the queen. I do align with white's bishop. Oh, actually I have to be careful here. I was going to say that white can't really exploit the diagonal, but yeah, now if I take, my queen and bishop are attacked. And there's maybe this move. And there's also just moving the bishop back. Considering this, it gives away the f4 square though. Let's play this. Actually, should be 7. Yeah, I think this is slightly preferred. Not sure though. If takes, things could get very messy very quickly. Wow. Okay, now this makes a ton of sense. And there's also this. Take, c6 I take with rook. Yeah, I think this does a good job of shutting down the queen side. Like if white wants to play this, I just take. Oh, but I didn't calculate bishop takes. Well, that's not happening. I take. No, let's shut everything down. I now have a defended passed a pawn. I guess b5 could be weak. At the very least, I could take and then bishop c6 defending. Okay. F4. Take. Let's do it. These bishops, which haven't been doing much, are about to maybe do something. But I may be losing pawns too. Yeah, this is about to get very messy. I'll play knight f6. I have to go all out for the attack, because my whole queen side is crumbling. I have to checkmate before white just makes queens. I like my chances. I mean, the two bishops, the knight, the queen, the pawns can all help attack. Probably queen h6 here. Preparing this. Oh no, my pawns. c6, wow. So if I play this, take. I think I have to take here. Yeah, it's going to get very messy. b5 comes. I have this. Problem is bishop f8 attacks my queen. What about f3? Does f3 just win? Leaving both rooks hanging. How does white defend? I don't really see how white defends. Maybe h4? It's still complicated, actually. It's all about getting to g2. Take. Oof. Yeah, it's still kind of a mess. I'm going to be sacking all the rooks. White finds h4. Take. Oh, this is insane. Take. Both rooks are hanging. The problem with taking here, like eventually on g3, it helps open up the queen to defend. I'm trying to keep my options open, whether I actually want to take or go for this and this. Okay, I think that's a mistake. Because now I can just move this way. I'm leaving everything hanging, including my pawns as well. But it's all about getting to g2. And the queen doesn't have a path to f1. Because it would need to have access to these squares.
Go, at him Rosen go.
Like I have 5 different things hanging here. But none of that matters if my queen just mates. Is white going to try and run? No, but king f1 is mate in 1. Just making sure. Oh no, both my rooks. Okay. That was a cool game. Oh, is there knight e2? Maybe knight e2 would like prolong the game. But then I think I just take the queen and then I cover f4 with the bishop. Yeah, that was a cool game. Like this might already be force mate. No. Oh yes, okay. Originally the engine said -6, but then it realizes it's mate in 5. And then this position, queen g6, wasn't the most accurate. So white could have been okay if they leave the tension and just take here. Oh, but now the engine realizes this is winning for black. It just needs like higher depth. Because sometimes the engine will just see white's up material and say it's okay. But then it realizes black's attack is unstoppable. So the top line is actually white taking both rooks. Take here. And then g2 might be a threat. So if takes here, knight g4 is winning. Yeah, crazy game. According to the engine, I made 1 blunder. But actually pretty clean. My 1 blunder was f3. Knight g4 would have been more accurate. Okay, GG. Let's move on. Still climbing, 2601. Trying to recover my rating. Oh, welcome back to the Stephen Gray, who said, "Go, Iron Rosen, go." So I have 15 tournament points. Playing this person. I'll play e4. Maybe at some point I'll play a London. Okay, here we have an Alekhine. I mean, e5 is like the most principled move. I'm going to play knight c3. Maybe we'll transpose into Vienna or this line. Ooh. Okay, with this, we might actually transpose into like a, whatchamacallit, two knights French. Yeah, this is actually a line in the two knights attack against the French. It can stem from e4, e6, and then knights develop. The idea with this line is white doesn't really reinforce the center pawns, but rather focuses on development of the minor pieces. So I think most common is knight c6. Bishop takes e5 is also natural. Now bishop here. So nice harmonious development. Oh hey, we're getting a Greek gift. Bishop takes h7. Some chatter about the Greek gift earlier, as I am going to Greece very soon. But this is a common chess tactic when the bishop, knight, and queen are placed against the castle king. I probably had this at least a few times before online. And the point is, if king g8, I play queen h5, and the attack is very, very strong for white. And the Greek gift is probably most common in the French, where the pawn in e5 restricts the knight from coming in to defend. Also, yeah, the bishop doesn't have access to f5. So king g6. That still takes work, though. I think it's queen d3 to g3. There's also h4, h5 to consider. I'm going to take a moment. Actually, not sure what's stronger. I think the issue with h4 is after takes h5, king f6, the king actually kind of slips away to e7. So let's go for this. Oh, did the heart rate monitor stopped working? I think it did. Sometimes it gets disconnected. How long has it shown 64? Yeah, I think it was stuck probably for a while. Is it working now? There we go. Okay. All right, let's play queen g3. So I reinforce a pawn. I also align with the king. The king is stuck. Can't really run. For the time being, it's hiding behind my knight. But now I'm threatening this with a quintuple attack, hitting the bishop, queen, rook, king, and pawn. And it looks like black's allowing it. And to be fair, it was hard to stop. Yeah, just attacking everything. I'll probably just cash in and win the queen. Unless black plays this and I checkmate. Oh, actually, wait, it's still... Wait a minute. It's still tricky. Wow. Black has a counterattack. Multiple counterattacks. I could take with the rook with check, but what's happening here? The current material situation is I'm down a bishop for pawn. So if I take the queen, there's bishop takes f2, queen takes f2, knight takes f2. And then take, and then take. And it's equal material. What is this? I really didn't think black would be surviving. I think I have to go for that. Maybe I have knight takes c6. I think I have to start with this. Yeah, actually knight takes c6 looks quite good. I am having some vague memories of encountering this idea at some point. I may have analyzed some similar lines before. Okay, so here... Yeah, knight takes c6, knight takes h1, I have the check, and then I have the delayed bond cloud. And I'll trap the knight. It's actually important probably to play king e2 to unleash the rook and ensure there's no knight f2. It is nice that we're simplifying too, as long as I stay up material. Okay, this is the easier line. Up a clean knight. There's a question about queen takes g4. After the game, I can go back and analyze. I think for now, we'll just focus on cleaning up. Okay. So I gain a rating point. A nice little Greek gift there. To be honest, I didn't really consider this. But yeah, queen takes g4 just trades in black's favor. And then black retains extra minor piece. So it was important to take the queen and then allow this, but then get back the minor piece. And just to show if knight takes f2, I was going to play this. And eventually the knight should be lost. Stockfish says I played a perfect game. Look at this. It's kind of the nature of black walking into an opening trap. I just want to check with the engine if there's anything cleaner for white, but this is the best line. Takes. Yeah, this is actually all the best line. Pretty forcing. Okay. Okay, GG. Moving on. Closing in on top 500. Ranked 504. A lot of players in the tournament, over 6,300. Thank you to Axton from Florida. Happy 51 months. Okay. Playing undiminished. Let's berserk. I'll play d5. I'll play my main repertoire. Are we going to have London or Queen's Gambit? Have a Queen's Gambit. Now, I do have a pretty aggressive repertoire here, even against the Catalan. The main line is bishop g2 and then bishop b4. And if I get the chance, I'll play the Ray Robson variation, which is after bishop d2, pawn c5. Okay, we're going into this. So white's trying to win back the pawn. Very likely knight e5 is coming. We see knight d2. Attacking this. Yeah, now I'm on my own. And queen d5 does come to mind. It might walk into some trouble. Bishop d7. Actually, bishop d7 looks good. Breaking the pin, aligning with the queen, and threatening to take. Bishop d7 would have been the move I'd play if knight e5. Although here I have to be careful. Takes there's knight d6. Takes knight d6, king e7, queen d1. I have to calculate. Okay, takes knight d6, king e7. And queen d1's only move. I take on f3. Take and then bishop c6. And then take. I think everything's okay there. It looks risky. But I think we're simplifying into an endgame where I should just be up a pawn. Okay, in this case I can take on f3. And then probably just castle. Okay, I do lose b7. White doesn't take it. Still some annoyances. I'll go for this. I think everything is solid now. I think the goal is to try and simplify and to be up a pawn in the endgame. There might be some compensation if white takes and then pressures a c-file. Okay, knight d6. We could trade bishops now. Might as well. There's a cute trap, knight d5. The trap is if knight takes b7. It's actually a literal trap of the knight. Yeah, controlling all the getaway squares. Yeah, this game could have been a lot more difficult if white, like, maybe took the bishop and played more positionally. But now I have plenty of time to convert. Oops. Okay, I should have forked. Playing a little bit too quickly there. Will white give me a second chance? They do. It's actually good my queen is defended, so if queen d2 I can safely take the rook. There's a question about a6 instead of bishop d7. I can check after the game. Yeah, that may have been a nice move to prepare b5. Yeah, after the game I'll show a few things, because there is a nice trap in the line that we played. A lot of players walk into. Oh, it's really close to mate. Start with check. Can I get a pawn mate? Actually, this is probably most efficient. White has one move to prolong the mate. Okay. GG. Yeah, pretty smooth game overall. So the first thing I want to show is if white plays the most natural move here, knight e5, which according to Lichess database is played 85% of the time, over 1,000 games, then I was going to play bishop d7, allowing white to win back the pawn on c6. So takes, 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 takes. And most people take on c6. I would play knight d7. And then most people take on c4, which is a blunder. And there's a nice little tactic here, rook c8. Skewering the queen to the c1 square. And yeah, eventually rook c1 will skewer the king and rook. So a nice opening trap in this line. Opponent played differently, knight b d2. And here I played bishop d7. There was a question in chat about a6, which also looks playable. The idea to prepare b5. According to the engine, white can play knight e5 and be okay. Because then b5 white takes with check. And if bishop d7 here, this is a bit different. Ah, this is just a better version. And here actually white can take, because this is no longer a skewer. This knight's developed. So a6 was not the best use of time. So top engine move would have been c3. But bishop d7 was still fine. And yeah, this looked a little bit risky, but the calculation was king e7. Oh, white could have forced a draw. Knight c8. Okay, I probably would have taken and played on, but it's funny, the top engine line would have been king e8 and repeat like this. That's a ridiculous repetition. So the point for white is if bishop takes and somehow white wins, yeah, white's going to win back the knight and be slightly better. Anyway, let's move on. Back to tournament, 320 on a nice streak. The leader has 97 points. If I play the rest of the tournament, I think top 10 is achievable. First play is probably not achievable. It can be hard to match such a player who's already played so many games. Okay. Wow, opponent has a high bullet rating. I'm not berserking. Let's play d4. Let's play at least one London from the white side. And bishop f4. Knight c6. Not the most common. Usually when players play such a move, putting the knight in front of the c-pawn, I do like to employ the combination of bishop b5, c4, knight e5, and queen a4 to really try and exploit this setup. If a6, I'm happy to take. Okay, this is already like maybe close to winning for white after knight e5. Because the bishop can't come back to defend. And what does black do? There's no queen d7. If queen d6 I take and the queen's hit. Yeah, this already looks really good. Not to mention, sometimes after knight e5, there's ideas of g4, h4 to target the bishop. But okay, in this case, I'm more focused on the queen side. There is one like clever defense for black, which I'm not going to say in case my opponent's like listening, but there might be a way for blacks to still get a playable position. Opponent's going on in the tank though. Is one of the nice things about being prepared in the opening, applying the early pressure. I mean, maybe this could be considered an opening trap. Black played pretty innocently. Yeah, I think a6 is the best move. And it seems like my opponent has figured out the right resource. Because now if I take on c6, there's queen d7. And black is actually like gonna win back the piece, and it's not even clear if I can get a pawn for it in that line. And maybe there's like takes queen here and then knight e7. But then, yeah, like just pawn take. So it's probably better just to take with the bishop and then take again. Queen d7, knight e5, queen b5. Queen c1. Alright, I'll take with bishop. Still probably winning a queen pawn. Yeah, in the other line, like if I had gone for knight c6, queen d7, knight a7, there's still pawn takes bishop. And then my knight's trapped. So this is just more simple, looks solid. I'm expecting this, and then maybe this. Black can still try and get counterplay, like prevents me from castling, attacks b2. I have queen c1. Okay, so now what to do? There's a few moves that come to mind. I think knight c3 is the most logical. Just develop, prepare to castle. I mean, a4, he just loses some time, so let's go for this. The queen has to get off this diagonal. Oh, there was a question, why no berserk? And then I did answer that at the very beginning. Old Walter was listening. So I play a3. Black is attacking this. I could just castle, allow takes, and then knight c6. Yeah, let's castle. I'm briefly considering sacking the pawn, but I like this. Recapture with knight. Now, the one downside of this transformation is I won't have a pawn in d4, and black will have two center pawns. So I just have to be careful about expansion. But the nice thing is I do keep initiative, hit the bishop. Expecting this. Now, can I generate more threats? My black is kind of solid here. Knight a4, does it do anything? Attacks the queen. Queen moves and then b3 maybe. Yeah, I kind of like it. Knight a4. Because there's some benefit of making the queen move to a more vulnerable square, like queen a5, b3, bishop e7. I have knight c6. I'm also unleashing my c-pawn. Like if I can play c4, open the file before black castles, that could also be nice. Here I'll play b3. Yeah, black wants to develop and castle, but bishop e7 is met with this. So rook c8 makes sense. I'm thinking queen e1. Just offer the queen trade. I'm not too concerned about my c-pawn. If takes and bishop takes c2, I pin the bishop and win material. Yeah, let's take this way. Yeah, c3 actually looks like a nice move here. Because if bishop takes, I have rook, probably rook ec. Actually, which rook? Your rook ac1. Just not sure about bishop a3. But then everything's solid. Oh no, my pawn. Yeah, just trying to play very controlled chess. Now knight b6. Am I trapping the rook? I think I am. Wait a minute. No, this pawn needs babysitting. Okay, I need to play rook c1 first. But then bishop a3. If I play this, takes... No, I'm not trapping the rook. Maybe just f3. Prevent this stuff. Do allow this threatening this. Okay, I'm going to start with this. I just want to see what black does. Okay, now I could play this. The rook's almost trapped. I wanted to do this on the previous move, but c3 was hanging. Here, there is rook e8. But it's very awkward with the two rooks on e8 and f8. If rook c5, then I think b4 just traps a rook. Like the minor pieces combine very nicely. Okay, with that I think I can take... If bishop takes, I have 97. Yeah, and then we'll trade on g6. I'll take back the bishop. No mercy. Okay. GG. Yeah, this is nice. Nice example of how to punish such a move in the opening. Yeah, e6 is already a mistake because it prevents the bishop from going back. But it's also the most natural move in the position. Best move would have been bishop d7. And then... Oh, actually it kind of gave back... Or lost most of my opening advantage after queen c1. Like, black did have sufficient counterplay. Yeah, c4 is very hard to find. Like, super engine, like, allowing this, and then bishop e4 is an issue. What's the point? Ah, queen a4 check. Still looks risky, though. King d8. Sack the rook. And then... yeah, some of these lines are just not findable for humans. In this position, I was objectively... Oh, still like close to equal. Okay. I'm surprised that even this position is like nearly equal according to the engine. I thought the compensation was very minimal. But black had to find this to prepare this and prevent this. Okay, moving on. Top 250. Yeah, with a lot of these wins, I've been gaining a rating point or even fractions of a rating point. But hopefully some nice lessons from the games. I really don't know if I'll like have the energy to play the remaining 3 hours. Get in at least a few more games though. Blitz rating. I could berserk. Let's hold off. Maybe I'll play a Stafford. I haven't had any Stafford Gambits today. Try and get one. Never played this opponent before. They're playing pretty quickly, so they might be somewhat prepared. We'll see. Okay, this move I don't think is good because of knight g4. But it's a pretty rare combination of moves, knight c3 and e5. I think the first time I ever saw this position was a game, I think it was Cutie Cinderella. This is like back during the PogChamps era. That Cutie played, I forget if she was white or black, but I do specifically remember this. I remember that this is the best move. Or is it this? Something sacking on f2. Like usually when I play, like when I recall chess openings, it's from like famous Grandmaster games. But here it's from a PogChamps participant. So takes. I just take everything and queen d4. Because of king e2, bishop g4, I win the queen. Of king g3. I take. And part of this is just memory, but part of this is also just figuring things out. Like brute force calculation. Takes. Queen d4. Yeah, because if king e1, I check g3, queen e4, win the rook. So the only thing else to calculate is king g3. So take queen d4, king g3. I take. If king f3, queen h5. If king f2 could repeat, but there's also queen f4. Oh no, then I just move back. Oh, but then still king g3. Queen f4, queen f3. Huh. I swear this is a move, but how do I make it work? I check first. No, check king g3, maybe h4. Check king there. It's like I'm 99% sure this is a move. I just can't figure out why. Takes. Queen d4, king g3. Queen e5, king f2. Queen d4, king g3. Like h5. Maybe it's h5 and then h4. It's queen d4. No, not queen d4. Take. I'm missing something here. Maybe it's queen h. Is it queen? Okay, so let's calculate queen h4. Burning all my time. I'm starting with this just based on memory. Opponent's probably, yeah, ready for it. Take. Take again. I don't feel good about going into this, but check here, check. Queen d4, king g3. I have like g5 maybe. Maybe it's g5. I actually don't see a defense after g5. All right, let's go for this. At very least, I have repetition. But g5 threatens mate in 1. Queen f3 runs into queen h4 checkmate. Okay, this I start with check. This is something I saw pretty quickly. I'll have to check after the game. I'm pretty sure g5 is the knockout blow after king g3. It took a while to find. Okay, now I'm preparing this. I guess white's still fighting. I burned a lot of time. I'm up the exchange. Still plenty of time to try and convert. Maybe this and this. I'm a little bit curious about lines like after h4, g5, I sack a pawn, and then rook h2. Maybe not necessary to calculate, but it is pretty forcing. It's one of these lines that's probably like, it's a nice thing to calculate when the opponent's thinking. Let's see how deep we can go. Takes, takes, takes. Rook's attacked. I play rook h2. If king f2, I have bishop d5. If takes, I take king f1, bishop h3. Bishop moves back. I start winning pawns. Actually not sure about that though. Okay, here I'll just play g5. Yeah, this game I'm spending a lot of like time and energy on lines my opponent's not going into. Which I guess is okay. Let's offer the trade. Oh, hey, it's Liviu. Thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, if you're just joining, having an interesting game emerging from a Stafford Gambit. Have some solid endgame now. White probably should have played bishop h3 there. Okay, e6 is some maybe minor concern. Rook f1 also. Actually, how to deal with this? Rook e8, rook f1, and then c5? Actually, yeah, let's play rook e8. If rook f1, I'll play rook here, and then put the rooks on light squares. Also, my opponent offered me a draw, but it only showed for like 0.1 seconds, maybe? Like it just flashed before I could even consider accepting it. Yeah, now the goal is to like, gradually improve, probably eventually win the pawn. Might be hard to win though, like if the bishop stays on this diagonal. I'll try and play quickly. Ooh. Yeah, now whenever I play c5, there's en passant. The bishop's going to stay here long term. Yeah, it's not so easy. Like on the surface, it seems like it should be easy to convert. And maybe this will help me like open another file. And then the right moment, pawn c5, take. Let's start with this. Yeah, if I play this, there's rook h5. Taking. I'm trying to think like long term here, like what's the optimal setup for the rooks and the king? It might be worth getting the king to e6 to over defend the pawn and then mobilize this rook. I might have to trade first and then walk the king. These pawns are having a staring contest. I'd be thrilled if white takes and then, okay, but white plays h5. Can I play this move? Wait, rook g5, take. h6 here. e6 take, and then e7 is winning for white. Wait, that's crazy. This might be losing for me. So this is probably the safe move. Have some things to analyze after the game. Okay, this is actually a cute trick. I'm allowing white to take the seemingly free pawn, but then I play c5. So maybe I'll just keep the tension. But still annoying, like how do I get my king to e6? My rook is completely stuck on the 6th rank. I could take on e5. Wow, this is not easy. Okay, I think I will take. And if I really want, I could play c5 and we trade on c6. Okay, here I can play this. And this. This is progress. I'm rearranging things. And this is the whole goal, is to use a king to defend the pawn and then activate the rook. White controls the file. King b3, rook a5. It's still not easy. What's my plan? c5 take, bishop b6 is maybe possible. That's probably the... Yeah, let's go for this. I take... Actually, I'm not sure. I didn't want to commit. I think I will play c5 very soon. Maybe prepare it with this. Because now if king b4, c5, take, I have the battery, but then there's c3. White's still solid. Okay, going for it. 39 seconds. Wow, white doesn't en passant, so... It's still awkward. I want to get my king in. 21 seconds. Oh, that's annoying. Oh no. I just burned all my time. No! It was not meant to be. Now I need a miracle. Oops. We set up a stalemate trap. Ah. What to do? What to do? Oh no, my reading. White played well to recover from being down the exchange. But burned time really cost me. But it was so hard to make progress. This game was already analyzed, wow. I mean, they walked into the Stafford Gambit trap. I spent a long time here trying to work out this line. Because if black doesn't have g5, then there's no win. So this took me about half my time to figure out. But yeah, g5 is a nice resource. And then... yeah, the rest of the game, like... I'm not even sure where my improvement was. Maybe g5 was overly committal. Because it weakened the f-file. Engine prefers c5. Yeah, maybe I should try and open the d-file more. Man, it's still better for black. Okay, there's a moment where I could have sacked. Yeah, practically maybe that was the best decision. A take and then just be up a pawn in the rook ending. Then here... yeah, good decision from white not to take en passant, but d4 slowed me down. And then I just kind of crumbled around here. Best move f5, allowing en passant. But then black's still somehow better. Okay. Rating takes a small tumble. But life goes on. Yeah, a couple losses this tournament. That one was a tough one. Oh no, my Stafford Gambit. Oh no, my time. I'll try and recover. Do I go full tilt and be more aggressive? Playing Tocho? Do I redeem my Stafford Gambit? Let's play Sicilian. Let's play something a little bit more reputable. Maybe I'll mix it up. I'll play e6. We'll have an open Sicilian. I've been playing a lot of Accelerated Dragon recently. Usually my secondary opening is Taimanov. But this is also sometimes an aggressive line. There was a small trap if e5, queen a5 would win the pawn. And bishop d3 will develop, pressure the center. And now probably d5. Also considering bishop c5. I think d5 makes sense. Why not Bazurk? Some of these players are underrated rapid. Have to be careful. Okay, I could take with knight or queen. Let's take with queen. Some resemblance to a Scandinavian now. I'll develop the bishop. If knight c3, probably queen h5. There's some moderate pressure towards the king side. It takes. Yeah, there's really no other move to consider here other than taking. Now I guess there's a choice. Like I could play bishop d7, could castle. Yeah, we might actually get a more positional game. I didn't want to play bishop d7 and have my king like tied down to defending the bishop. And also there's potential to develop the bishop this way. So e5 makes some sense. Or rook d8 first. Rook d8. And control the file, tempo on the queen. e5. And there's also f5, which could be interesting. Okay, let's focus on e5, because if I can get this move in, especially combined with like eventual f5, it should be nice. If knight g5, Maybe just h6. Everything is under control. I think the simple plan is just a complete development. Bishop e6, rook c8. f5 is probably not a threat immediately because takes, and e5 is hanging. So white goes for this. Probably h6. Oh wait, h6 there's bishop f3. And then, yeah, bishop f3 would attack my queen, and threaten queen h7. Okay, what if I play g6? My queen is a little bit shaky on the edge. g6, bishop f3, bishop g4? There's also a line, I mean, I don't really want to go for it. h6, bishop f3, queen g6, takes, knight e4. It's probably just a bit better for white. But maybe it's okay. Maybe bishop b6 and life goes on. And this bishop has a hard time developing. Bishop takes c6, I can take on g5. It's not exactly what I want, but it's something. Yeah, I've been having some tough positions today. This is an opening that I thought was very smooth, but maybe I kind of let my guard down and I'm facing some consequences. But I think the resulting position is still very interesting. Bishop e6. And even though my structure looks pretty bad, nothing is like super weak. e5 is not easy to attack. I have some activity, I have the file. But it might be a hard position to win. I can't really play against my opponent's clock. Okay, b4, let's play bishop f5. And this prevents bishop d2. Because then I take and take. So bishop b2. Now I'm threatening g4. Now what to do? I don't think h5 works because knight g3. a5, b5. Considering this, Also considering rook d3. There. All right, let's go for this. I think it makes sense to maneuver the knight away from a square where it's like completely restricted by white's pawns. Okay, now I do have this, which I think I should go for. Ah, but then take knight c5. No, it's not easy, but I probably still have to go for this. Maybe I have rook takes. Attack the knight and the pawn. This could lead to a lot of trades. Okay, that's a good sign. Rook c8. Take. Knight wants to come in here. Take. It's actually a very strong move. Maybe just this. I want to get to d4. So knight d6, I take. I think everything's still under control. Take there. Probably rook c7. The bishop staring contest. Yeah, there's some weird tension here. Knight's pinned. It's hard to exploit things, though. I might be threatening tactics with like take on e4, take on f2. If takes, I'd probably take with knight. Okay, so now I can take on b1. I think the easiest thing to do is just sack back. Be up a pawn. Maybe there is better there. I just want an easy position to play. There's still the staring contest between the bishops. I have a pass pawn. Okay, it's probably worth playing b6. Although, maybe not. Maybe just walk the king in. Oops. Complete lapse of focus there. check there. All right, let's play this. Yeah, I lost back the pawn. Maybe there's still something to play for. Gonna try and put white in a bind. Some triangulation there. Okay. This is kind of what I was hoping for. It's like almost Zugzwang, but not quite. Gonna try and come around this way. I didn't fully calculate this. I still haven't calculated this. Take, push, push. I queen with check? Or no, I don't queen with check, but I queen first. Do we force a queen trade? No, it's just a draw. Ah. Oh no. Oh, I messed up. No. I really messed up. I'm losing. Oh no, my king. Full tilt. I probably should have avoided the queen trade. What to do? It's really pushing for a win too. Yeah, queen here. Wait, this is still a draw? No. Oh, queen c4. Yeah, it's complete miscalculation. Got a little bit too low on time. Okay. I should probably take a break. I'm out-chessing myself. Lost about 50 rating points in the last 2 games. But can't end on a loss, right? Have to just try and recover. Still a lot of time. A lot of lessons to take away today. Maybe I should have played the Stafford Gambit, yeah. Do I go full berserk? Full tilt? Alright. H6. So this is like a check Pierce, but with G5. Interesting. Some slightly exotic opening here. I think the knight wants to maneuver to g3. Eventually f3 too. And maybe f4? I'll go for this. Interesting maneuvering from black. Yeah, I like the position. Knights are going to be doing some damage, maybe. At least get some coordination. And then there's this move. There's knight c5. There's also e5, which actually might win a piece. e5 take queen a5 though. Oh, it's so close. e5 take queen a5. That's frustrating. But yeah, probably something I shouldn't do right away. So I'm going to just allow this, treat it as some gambit. Probably just look to castle kingside. Okay, e5 doesn't quite work. Wow. I'm realizing I'm probably not in the best like mental form to be playing chess right now. Let's have some fun though. Let's sack more pawns. Maybe sacrifice everything and hope for checkmate. The idea is to open the d file. And the queen is very misplaced. I don't even know if I'm threatening anything. Like, this is almost a threat. A knight's tied down to defending d8. I'm not really threatening to take because bishop takes defends d8 with a rook. I have this move. Oh no, my bishop. Oh no. Someone call an ambulance. The beautiful thing is black plays f6, I still go for this. Because takes, the bishop controls f7. I'm not sure what to expect from black. There's probably some ways to survive. Okay, let's go for this. Oh no, my queen. We're gonna see this move. Oh, or we see resignation. To be honest, I didn't see the clear win after King F7. Like, maybe I would just take and cash in, win this, but then lose this. Then still a game. Yeah, my opponent just resigned in a position that's not losing. Queen d8's actually a mistake according to the engine. Maybe they were so shocked that I could still sack the queen. They forgot this was legal. Yeah, white's not winning. I would have had to go for this line. And it's playable. Like rook d8. It could have been actually a crazy position. Maybe even easier to play for black. Okay. Well, that's one way to try and reverse momentum. Undo the tilt. I have 31 tournament points. Leader has 124. Wow. I'll get in a few more games. Try and end on a happy note. Let's berserk again. Berserking does, I guess, force me to play quicker and more aggressively. Yeah, with the early e3, I like to play a6 to usually support the idea of taking in b5. With knight d2, I'm gonna just go for the setup, bishop e7, knight d7. A very solid opening from white. We are employing very similar setups. Fianchettoed bishop on the queen side. If I play c5, we could have complete symmetry. I kind of want to break the symmetry, like 94. Yeah, I've played similar positions before. We might even see this in a lot of trades. Yeah. What to do? Probably take. Oh, it's considering take, etc. But we don't go into that. So now I could break the symmetry, like take and then knight c5. Take, knight c5. I can see the bishop pair, but I like the transformation. Because this bishop will eventually breathe fire on the diagonal. Like the pawns are bound to be traded. There's potential to take on d3. I am threatening to take here. Oh wow, thank you Shiaksu. Gifting 10. I appreciate that. That's super kind. I do have to stay focused. So it takes. We trade queens. There's also knight e4 immediately. Let's take. Let's trade queens. Play some endgame. Wait, am I winning a piece? I'm almost winning a piece. I'm going to take with this rook, because there's potential for bishop a3. So if takes, I have rook d2 winning. And if takes b5, bishop e2 here, there's still bishop a3 though. So b5. Yeah, maybe it's not quite winning. I guess I win a pawn though. Bishop a3, I play knight d7 and win e5. And there's also the line bishop e2, rook d2, bishop a3. And I'll cash in on e5. Now, I actually forgot to consider this move. Yeah. But then I have take. Opposite card bishops. Still have a pawn. Wait, take, rook c1. That might be a problem. I take here first. I do actually have this too, to prepare c5. Maybe that's the way to go. Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing. Again, I really have to watch my time. I feel like I've said that too many times this stream. But the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking it. Okay, c5. Yeah, maybe white's still okay after rook c1. All right, let's still go for this. Briefly looking at this, but then e4. I have to play this. Rook c1, we trade. Oh, actually, which rook goes to c1 though? Because if this rook I take here, this rook I obviously take the bishop. Does that mean white has to play this? But then I just take the pawn. But then this? Oh, it gets weird. Rook b2, bishop goes back, my rook's trapped. And it's a double attack. But do I have knight d3? So bishop a5. Okay, it doesn't happen. Let's just take. And bishop a5 would have been a bit more complicated. And now b4 just traps a thing. Oh, but then there's rook a1. All right, let's go for this. Yeah, after rook a1, I have to take. Oh, bishop a1, forgot about. Take, take, take. Right. Let's put the things in the center. Eventually, probably a5, a4. And bishop e1 is coming. But then rook a3. It's still kind of a question. Like, do I want to break with the a pawn? Maybe this first. Eventually prepare a4. I think the rook should actually be here. Help support the pawn. Because eventually the knight wants to come in. I think the ideal setup is this, this, this. And I'll break with one of the pawns. Okay, here we can trade. All right, let's just get the pass pawn. This bishop is stuck forever. We'll over defend c5. Yeah, as long as the pawn stays here, there's no way for the bishop to escape. This move. It still requires work, though. Bishop moves, I think, c4 and then b3. Yeah, I'm not going to waste any time. And b2 will come. If rook d2, I'll play this. Okay, should have plenty of time here. Prevent this move.
Hello all, hope you're having a great day.
Hello to Samson W. Same to you as well. Thanks for subbing. Yeah, the day today has been up and down, at least in terms of results. But still a lot of lessons from the games. I'm going for my pawn checkmate. Okay, GG. Yeah, interesting game. Let's see if the engine has any thoughts. Actually, it says I played pretty cleanly. Like, this looked almost winning, but yeah, this counterattack, bishop d4. Originally, I was just looking at bishop a3. I rejected knight b3 because it simplifies too much. And then here, yeah, I was mainly focused on bishop a5. And there was some line, what was I calculating? Knight e5? Oh yeah, knight e5, bishop d1, rook b2, bishop c3, knight d3. I may have ended up going for this. I'm not sure if I would find rook f1, like the only winning move for white. Apparently there's also b4 here. Okay. Back on track. Try and break into the top 200. There's a question about 14 queen g5. 14. Queen g5. Honestly, I didn't consider that. Might run into f4, but it is playable. Okay. I'll berserk. Opponent berserks back. Okay. I think this is the first double berserking game today. We have a Grand Prix attack. This is basically a blitz game that will count for rapid rating. H6 is a little bit slow, but maybe playable. We'll still go for the typical plan. Okay, e5. e5, take. Yeah, I'll just rely on intuition. Typically, this is a move to calculate. It's relatively forcing. But the main idea is to... There's a few main ideas. To open f-file, kick away the knight. I guess maybe takes, but then I take here, hitting the bishop. I really want to sack. Takes, knight g5? I don't see the clear knockout. Like, I would want to cannibalize my own pawn. That's not possible. So maybe just bishop e3? Take... Maybe e6 first? Let's play e6 first. Expecting some f-pawn move. We might see f5 actually. Okay, this gives me the chance to take with check. I have a few goals in this position. One goal is to get the knight to e6. Or to eventually win the pawn on h6. Not the easiest things to achieve. start with knight e4. Actually, the way to achieve knight e6 is to make the bishop move back, win the pawn, and then might be coming pretty soon, actually. Did black have knight e5? Knight e5 may have been a bit better. Yeah, now the queen's attacked. c3, I think, traps the bishop. Yeah, we could trade queens. Knight d4. Let's go for this. Knight is kind of pinned. Attack the queen. Almost trapping the queen. This is almost mate. Takes bishop d6. Queen e6 is coming. Yeah, no mercy this game. Not immediately mating, though. Bring the other rook in. There's some potential to promote to knight with checkmate. Not quite happening. Okay, we'll trade. There's a common, very King's Gambit type of position. Yeah, there's some overlap between Grand Prix and King's Gambit. Get the f-pawn rolling early. Okay, felt pretty clean. Trying to revive my rating, one rating point at a time. Like, most games are +1 for winning and then minus like 25 for losing. So top 150 out of over 7,000 players. Just over 2 hours left. Request for Jobava London is white. You could try. Yeah, Rosen is trying to revive the rapid rating. Uh-oh, cancel. Jobava London time? Zerk? Okay, g6, knight c3. Sometimes it depends what black does. And then I'll decide if I actually want Jobava London. Okay, here knight c3 is not a good move. I'll play d5. We'll probably get more of a Benoni structure. Or this line. This is a fun line. Pawn e4. I've had some games in this recently. Queen f3. It gets very sharp very quickly. I do gambit a pawn. Wow. Okay, f5 is maybe a move? I mean, g4 comes to mind. To be honest, I think I just play g4 like instantly. Because if g6 takes, queen h5 is checkmate. Thank you, MLP Nix.
I feel like we have a lack of Pornziani on this stream.
Oh,
Tie for great content, informative and chill stream smile.
I appreciate the words still. Yeah, we actually haven't had any Ponziani today. I guess it's not too late. I didn't take on b5 because queen a5 check would be slightly annoying. Knight c3 would defend, but then takes, and yeah, there's some risk with taking such a pawn. Wow, a6, so let's take. Knight goes back. I have this move. I want to play this and sack the queen. And there's also a4. Let's start with a4. A very typical move to play in such positions. Okay, knight c3. Take. I'm playing purely on intuition. b4, knight e4, I sack the pawn. If bishop takes, I take and win the bishop. If knight takes either thing, then I think queen h5 is winning. Although I didn't calculate take e4, queen h5, g6, take, and then bishop g7. And then take, and then king f8, queen f5, knight f6. Maybe it doesn't work. And the simple line is just takes and then take back. Wow. Things are getting even messier. And there's options here. I could take on b5. I could take here first. Maybe take here first. Take. Take here first. So I tried to gambit a pawn, but now I'm temporarily up a pawn. And black's probably going to take one of these things. I do have to be really careful with this diagonal. I was thinking I can take... And there's some argument for bishop takes b8 first. Let's do this first. And bishop e5 will come with check. I'm thinking knight h3 to g5 if king f7. So it's equal material. Both kings are questionable. The black's king is probably more questionable. Knight g5 is on tap. This doesn't work because I take with check. The bishop needs to be defended for black to play this. And even still, there's like bishop c4 ideas. So knight g5. King f8, I fork. What's happening? Maybe rook g1. Consider the forcing lines like take. Myself pin. Maybe takes with rook, takes. Yeah. This. Take. Rook g1 is simple though. Idea knight e6 check. Or knight e6 attack the queen and threaten this with mate. Well, this doesn't work. We might see this move. There's queen e7 followed by d4. It's so complicated. Queen e7, king f1, d4, bishop c4, king f8. I take. I think that's actually winning for me. Counterattack, and if takes, I take, and then take, and then take. I'm not sure. Maybe the knight falls in the end. But this is a massive threat. Attack the queen and mate. King f1. Some idea of rook e1. The queen's tied down to defending the knight, so I think this is the only move. Where's my tactic? Can I sack my queen? Queen f6, but then queen f6. I'm not seeing my tactic. Feels so close. Maybe queen e5. Threaten's made in 2. No, wait, no it doesn't. I guess the threaten's knight e6. This. A frustrating position. I don't even know what my threat is. Just trying to make some improvement. I do prevent this because made in 2. Still equal material. d4 I have this move maybe. Really felt like I should have had something there. Okay, knight e6 take king f8. Really? Okay, rook g3. Bishop here, I have this hitting this and this. King g7, I have this winning the bishop. d4, what happens? I mean, I want to play this. So d4 is like one logical way to prevent rook f3. Okay. Just gotta stay focused. And probably this is coming. Oh, there's rook a5. Hmm. It's just the time situation is a little bit worrisome. Black's being super resourceful. I want to play rook g7, then other rook in. That's so close to winning, but my king's also in danger. Hmm. That's getting very messy. Okay, let's mate. Okay, that was close. That was really close. Heart rate of 155. Oh man. Yeah, super sharp game. G4 apparently not the best move, but led to some fun. Best move is knight d2. Yeah, knight e2 is very engine-like. I guess the idea is to just reinforce things. I think overall, according to the engine graph, I was never worse. Except maybe slightly after like g4. But I definitely didn't play accurately. Like, out of nearly winning advantage here. Or completely winning advantage. Best move was this. I just didn't have time to calculate. Oh, thank you, Cheesy Gazebo. Yeah, it is the partner anniversary today. All right. Let's move on. 101. Play one more game. Let's get into the top 100. Berserk again. On a streak. Played this opponent once before. Is it Stafford Gambit time? No, it's whatever this is. Opponent maybe wants a Danish Gambit. I'll play d5. This line. Okay. I don't really want to trade queens, but I might have to. I have a small lead in development. I guess if white wants to trade queens, let them take on d8. I have the file. Should be slightly better here. Bishop f5. It's only a temporary advantage though. Like small lead in development. I'm not sure if I can really make use of it. If bishop here, I'll play this and c5 and try and be active. This might be slightly annoying. Yeah, white's playing in a fashion that it's going to make it hard to play for a win. We're just trading. Take. He's coming. Sometimes against players like this, you just have to like go into their game and you just get a small edge. Play bishop c2. Like the big drawback in white's position is this knight is completely restricted. I'm trying to take over the d file. If takes, white can't challenge it. Guess I should calculate like rook c1, take, rook d2, bishop f3. Then maybe this. Of the more active rook b1. Yeah, I'm not sure if I actually want to trade off. It's a big transformation. Calculating like rook c1, take, rook d2, bishop f3, rook d8, rook fd1. I have to trade everything. So I think what I'll do, like if rook c1, I'll play bishop e4. Okay, we don't go into any of that. Bishop c4, interesting. I have knight e4 almost. This might be overly optimistic. The idea is to take and play this. Which probably is not the right approach. Maybe I just have rook d2 actually. Hitting this and this. Yeah, originally I was thinking this, but yeah, this is way more active. White is maybe holding on after f3. f3, knight d6. But the more active rook is sometimes enough to just be winning. Like imagine this, I take a5. Just have to make sure there's no like b4. So I think I'll take. I'll put the rook on c2. And now the b pawn is stuck defending, the rook's stuck defending, the king is cut off. And my king should eventually walk in somewhere. Maybe like via f4 and e3 into d3. It's a very classic type of rook ending. If rook a1, I have a5. Maybe g5. Can walk the king up this way. And there is an entry point via g3 that white just made with h3. It seems like white's playing the waiting game though, just yeah, probably waiting for the inevitable doom. Okay, here I'll take. If takes its mate. I guess there is b4 though. Okay, a5 makes sense. a5, b4. Just have to make sure. Take. Actually, it's still not super simple. Yeah, this first. So I'm threatening mate. Now I take. I'll go and try and win these pawns. Maybe f5 first, actually. Okay, this looks pretty clean. What's the best way to do this? Maybe this. And walk around to G2 or G1. Okay, after the game, I can address questions about various moments. Okay, gained another rating point. There is a question about F4 threatening maiden 1. Oh, towards the end? Not sure at what moment though. Oh, King F4 was threatening maiden 1. Yeah, that's what happened in the game. Let's quickly check the engine graph. Okay, another perfect game. Except maybe it was a little bit shaky. Not shaky, just like equal out of the opening. Yeah, it's kind of this dry, queenless middle game. But in the end, it was a more active rook that allowed me to win. So hopefully an instructive ending. I think I'm going to wrap it up there. I'm getting tired. I think I finished, what, top 100? I'm retiring top 100. Let's pause. 72nd place. Maybe people will pass me. But yeah, I need some fresh air. I need some food. I do appreciate everyone tuning in across Twitch and YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. It does help the channel. If you're watching on Twitch, also like and subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. And yeah, next week is a marathon. So I might have a longer stream than this one. This one has been going for over 4 hours. That's a lot of chess. Anything more to say? Good job to the totally weak player who's like crushing the tournament. Probably will win even if they stop playing for the remainder. Just making sure. Yeah, okay. I'm wrapping it up here. Thanks again. See you guys soon. And goodbye.